Good morning and welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down the Crypto TA, and we have a sea of red this morning. All right, so markets took a little bit of a tumble here. Weekends we have very low liquidity, and so the pumps tend to not really be sustainable over the weekend. So lots of red wine across the board here, a little white wine sprinkled here and there, but for the most part, Bitcoin is down. I think today we got as low as about 114. Yeah, 114,000 on the high end of 114,000. We finally made our way into this golden pocket 786, sitting a lot closer to the 786 right now. One of our last levels in here for the 4-hour range, and then our newest level in here, which is the daily range, which is one we have not tapped back into just yet. We have broken that trend line here from our daily time frame as well. Or let's see what's a better way of putting this here. Yeah. So we had a bit of a trend line in here that extended from back here in the 9th of April. And so we have finally broken down below that trend line here. It looks likely that we will continue this move down a bit more. I do have a setup that I am interested in for Biddy, and that is going to be this one here. So I think I did share this. I may not have posted it on X if you follow me there, but I did share it in our last video update, which I believe was Saturday. And this entry here is around 108,000. Right now, if we can reclaim the range, then maybe we come back up here to the top side here, just to the top side of this of the range that we were holding. We've had one break to the downside, one break to the upside here, and now we have completely fallen out again. So a little bit bearish in here, just a little bit. And this is done from your line perspective here. And so yes, this would be the next area of interest. Maybe we can get in here to the weekly level around 111,300, something like that. Just take the liquidity in here once. Take the liquidity in here. Actually drop back to the weekly level and potentially get a bounce from there. And if it's not here again, I would be looking here at this daily level in here for Bitcoin. So let's zoom out a little bit more here. Hopefully we can hold something in here, this golden pocket 786 in here, and at least reclaim the range until we do get that continuation down. I did get stopped out of my Bitcoin long position. I raised my stop loss up a little bit because I never took profits on this move up. And just to prevent giving everything back, I did raise the stop up and I was stopped out of that position. All right, so let's see here. And this is just looking at it from the 1-hour time frame. You can see how we are attempting to hold this 4-hour range in here. We are overextended in here, but we were overextended to the upside as well. But we are a little bit overextended here. We got some purple E's happening in here. I think we do get a bounce before we get a bigger drop down here to this section. We will see some sort of a bounce, even if it's just a back test here. Even if that's the case. Just the back test. Let's see. I did have another gap line in here. Okay, so we are tapping into this gap line in here and actually turned it off. I may have more gap lines in here. This was our expansion line in here, and this was our return line. So we've done both of those, our return and our expansion. So I am just going to delete that, and then let me check that one again. Yep, and delete that one. So, Biddy. All right, and this is from the 15-minute time frame. So we're completely below here now. We were holding within this range here on the 15-minute, which is going to be different from what I have set out for the 1 hour and up. But we were holding within this range in here. This is basically for some little quick intraday moves here in the market. So if we continue down on this one here, let's see, that'd be about 114, 113. 5 here for Bitcoin. So we will be watching that. For now, I do want to just keep it kind of here within the 1 hour context for the most part, just because of the way that we're falling. I don't want to really jump into any false moves in here. Let's see here. So SUI, because we did finally get stopped out of the SUI position, it was good for the most part. It was really good. So the long setup here for SUI, if you did take this position here for SUI, you did make some profits on it. So hopefully you did get a chance to take profits on this position here. So not bad, not actually making all the way up here, but really, really good. Really good gains in here for SUI. So we finally got the breakdown from that. We are in a level between here and here. These are actually, yeah, between here and here. This level here where we're trying to get the support at now. Hopefully we're trying to get the support here now. If I take a look back here at this level here, we've gotten some really great reactions from here. So hopefully we can hold in here before going any lower. You can see in here, we've gapped up from here once there. We gapped up from here a second time. Let's see over here. So we'll see how this zone here holds up. And we also got, we held up at support in here as well. So I really like this level in here. This was the one that we were trading off of before. You can see we got some decent reactions in there. And so now we're back at this one where we did gap up twice. So this could be a really good level to hold price action. We'll see if that continues to work in our favor. So I did enter into a long position again here for SUI. See, let's take a look at the indicators. I've extended the RSI to a further look back. So I'm using a 28 for the look back here. So it will look slightly different from yours. I mean, you can see the selling pressure in here and where we started to cap out on the pressure to the upside. Negative, yeah. The MACD right now, that is the thing. It is still positioned downwards. It has no curvature to it just yet. Really no upsloping posture here for, well, a slight posturing here. But we want to see it above the 0 line for the delta. But this could be a start of trying to slow down the selling pressure as we are here in this level. Let me look back at it on the 15-minute time frame, which was looking a little bit better in here. So you do have some bullish divergence here. And since this is extended to a 28, this is more trustworthy than if it was sitting on a 14. So do have some really good bullish divergence in here. The delta is above the 0 line on this chart. MACD is still down, but you can also see the bullish divergence on the MACD as well, as we are at this support level here. We got a nice squeeze happening right now here on the DTI. Just want to see it actually start to break down a little bit in here to give us a little boost, a little assistance with getting a move up. We have been trying in here, though. We have really been trying in here. We tried in here the first time we came back into this ascending trend line here. And you can see a couple of little wicks in here. We haven't been able to actually close above any of the, we weren't able to close above this bottom and tail in here. So we're not really seeing the strength just yet. But hopefully that will come in here in this zone. Again, I'm a little risk on in here. If it doesn't work, then I cut it and then I'll start to look at the next level. Let's see, Ethereum here And this is a 15 minutes, so let's just zoom out a little bit more here on Ethereum. Okay, so we finally did lose this line here of support, which was coming from our monthly time, 3-month time frame, but monthly time frame nonetheless. And this just happened to be the 3-month wick high. So the 3-month high prior to the all-time high here. We have discussed this trend line before here on the channel. As price was coming up, we discussed it, but we got a clean break through it. We came back, we back tested it, got a bounce away from it. We back tested it twice actually, and this time we actually fell through it. I've been saying repeatedly that I felt like Ethereum could come back down here to this expand zone simply because of the Bollinger. I've covered that quite a few times here on the channel. Just looking at the monthly, which we did end up seeing a green bar here on the monthly. Hide my drawings for a minute. So, all right. So I talked about this quite a bit here with the Bollinger Band, expressing how, okay, we already did the squeeze and we got the squeeze breakout here. So we already had got the squeeze breakout, moved into our green candles, and you can see how easy it was for us to move above standard deviation 2 using the Bollinger Band. And I expressed that over here, over here we don't have that squeeze. And in my opinion, we don't really have the ability to hold a move outside of standard deviation 2, and that we could wick. This is something that I've said, and you can go back and you can watch the videos on that. Now, we did end up putting in a green candle in here. However, we did put in the green candle. All right. And the posturing of the Bollinger Band is towards the upside. So it is pivoted up along with our 20 SMA here. But just the way that it's structured, I mentioned if we look at our 3-month time frame here, we could do this. We could wick up and then we can come back in. And so this is what I've been looking at, stating that we could come back into that expansion here on this monthly time frame. And you can see the expansion is here. Then we could come back into it and probably consolidate for a little while until we can build up some pressure to actually push prices up higher for Ethereum. I mean, we really scapegoated that all-time high in here. And then the next expansion, of course, was going to be that monthly expansion in here. If for some reason, what I was seeing, the technicals doesn't work out, then you have the ability to push up through the expansion here for the 3-month time frame. But overall, for me, this just doesn't look like something where we would be trading on the outside of standard deviation 2. And that was my only concern with Ethereum. All right, turn this back off here. Let's drop us back down to, then we're looking at the 4-hour, but here is the daily look. So we can see that we are kind of heading back into this expansion zone here. All right, so we just got another squeeze on SUI, and it looks like the delta just flipped back down on price action here. But we're still within that zone as Bitcoin dominance is picking up a little bit more. Let me just stretch these out. Simply because I get anal when things don't look even. All right, so a little nasty candle in here for Biddy. Now we can look, if we do break below this expansion here and we lose this level in here for Ethereum, we can be looking at the 4008 level. We did not get much of a reaction from this level coming up. We got a quick reaction, and then, from the lower time frame, you can see it, but not very much of a reaction in here. You can see the little wick in here. So we could end up seeing this act as support, this time on a move down, whereas it didn't do anything before. That could be the case. We come here and we hold this as support in here. So we'll see how that goes. Let me drop back down to a 4-hour time frame here just to see. So you can even see here from the 4 hour how we broke the 4008. We dropped back into it, and then we held it here, and then we pushed up. So that could be something we're looking at here. The same way in here on this time frame here for our long setup that has now, you know, this is done. This is completely done. It actually ended on Friday. Back here, I did post on this as well, the update on this, because when we were in this position here, well, I actually didn't take the position, but I said if you're somebody who are taking it because I'm not interested in trading Ethereum, that we could see a rejection from the 4,000 from the 4,700, simply because we broke through it and we chopped around it. So once we lost it here, coming back up, it could act as resistance, and that's exactly what we got. And then we got another minor little pump in here that did not come back up to it. And yeah, so we're just rolling a little bit here on price action. All right, so I am going to drop this now. We have discussed that. I just like to leave things as they are until we jump back on stream. So I am going to drop this position as well. Did take profits on this, and I shared that with you all here. Let's take a look at some of the rest of the market as well. But first, let's see, that's not good. We do have this position here for SUI all the way down to about 350. That'll likely be the place that I will cut it at, right there, 350. So I will cut it down here. All right. Taking a look at dominance here, we can see Bitcoin dominance. We're watching this range in here for Bitcoin dominance. I can probably change this now. At least the top line can be changed now. So I'm gonna move this up as we continue to walk our way towards potentially trying to break back inside of this ascending channel that we did get the breakdown from. I have shared this too, so we know that we have the ascending channel here that dominance did get the breakdown from. This is the 20 SMA. Looking forward to potentially coming to the 20 SMA and see if we'll hold the 20 SMA. If not, then we could do a return and expansion here, and that's based on the Bollinger. And this is coming from this time frame? No, it's coming from the monthly time frame here. So we could see ourselves coming back here into the 20 SMA potentially if we're not reclaiming the range, and then we could do a return down here at 54 and potentially an expansion, which is what we all want to see for the altcoins to really start to pump. But that's where we are right now with Bitcoin dominance. And then we have the Ethereum dominance, which you can see has been falling off ever since we broke from our range here on Ethereum. We did manage to come back inside of it here, and then we lost this again. And we're now at another level that I highlighted with you. And here we'll see how Ethereum dominance how it holds up in here, and see if we can get the bounce up. But we did have a little trend line in here as well. Doesn't extend back too far, just enough. We had this trend line in here where we broke, we back tested, we dropped, and then of course over the weekend, low liquidity, we got the move. All right, let's see. Let me add something here. All right, and take a look, see here. So we're going to have some shenanigans in the stock market this morning as well with the VIX. The VIX did finally break above this resistance level in here, which is 15.18. So we did get the break up here, a gap up here on the VIX. So expect to see some of the indices to be down today. See here, tap here. We also covered the fact that USDT dominance did reclaim its macro trend line, which has held. I mean, this trend line comes back from what, 2012 or something like that. But we did talk about the fact that it did get a reclaim in here, and now we have a second green candle in here going into the week for dominance. I'm gonna have to take a drop on this. Let's see. Yep. So USDT dominance is rising in here. Historically, we know that whenever USDT dominance, actually, I said 2012. I'm so sorry. It's about the end of 2017. So we say 2018. So 2018 is the extension of this bottom line in here. And historically, when we have seen a bounce from this line here, we have seen Bitcoin price action start to tumble. And so, yeah, we have managed to reclaim it once again. You know, minor punctures here from the trend line. Still have a whole support level in here, so a whole support zone in here. So fun times. We already know that we're expecting potentially, just based on the past two cycles, that Bitcoin could be the bull market could be coming to an end at the end of October. So just put it like that, at the end of October. And see, we had it in at the end of December once before, and then the last time it ended in November, and this time it could be October. So December, November, October. 1,065 days in is what typically happens. 1,065 days of the bull run, and then 1 year of the bear market before we continue up. We'll see if this time is different, because that's what we all keep saying. This time is different. All right, let's see. So let me put this back on the weekly here. So this is going to be quite the day. We do have this going on today, where Zelensky and President Trump are expected to meet, and European leaders are also supposed to be joining this meeting. I'm not sure if they're flying in or what, but they're also supposed to be a part of this, talking about ending the war with Ukraine and Russia. So this is also something that could be factoring into the market as well. All right, so back over here to the SUI chart, and let's just take a look out here. Actually, let's go on a 4-hour time frame and take a look out here at XRP. All right, XRP. See, we're looking at this level in here. So rejection in this level. We did have the little rising wedge in here, and over the weekend we got a little bit of a move in here, but nothing that was really beyond this resistance in here. We are back below VWAP. XRP again can be very simple, whereas let me bring this back, where we can just see price come back down here to 274. So we held 274 the last time. If we're not doing 274 again, then I'll be looking at 260 next for XRP. If we continue to sell off, that's going to be the next level. Even if we get a small bounce in here, we're not changing market structure. 260 could be the next level for XRP. And if we zoom out a little bit, you can see that a little bit better. And you can see the range that we were eyeing here on Saturday. So that is XRP. Let's see, Solana. It was Friday into Saturday, Sunday. Okay, so we just came back into the daily level here for a rejection here on Solana. Try to have everything mapped out. All right, and let's just spread this out. Solana again is another simple one. 188. And if we're not staying on the upper end here, which we've already lost this 786 in here, let's actually stretch this out and see what could be on the table next, because this is from there. Let's drop this here. All right, so I already had a little line in here. I'm not sure why I have this in here, but we can look at this golden pocket in here for Solana. I'm really leaning more towards the bottom end here, about 164. As a place of interest, which is closer to the 786 in here. So I will be looking at that. We also do have this channel that we're trading in, so we will have to watch this pretty closely here for Sol. I did not actually take a look at Solana dominance when I was on the dominance chart, so I will go back and check that out. But in the meantime, we'll see if we can get a psychological bounce here from the golden pocket here for Solana. Maybe take the liquidity and do an SFP in here as well. So we'll check that. Otherwise, I'll be looking at 164 next here for Solana. And if we don't manage to hold 164, I'll look for the liquidity in here to be taken, and then look for price action to hold the 154 in here on Sol. All right. I know that I was looking at the potential for an inverse head and shoulder in here, and that's what this trend line right here was for, just the neckline in here. But it doesn't seem like that is going to pan out. We haven't invalidated the idea of it, but we have come back down below what would have been the neckline in here. Before we did see us just wicked and get a little bit of a bounce away, but this time we've actually clearly broken down below it. Let me drop to a 12-hour and see. Yeah. So this was supposedly the inverted head and shoulder, the potential of an inverted head and shoulder in here. I would say it's totally invalidated. Once we take out this low in here, I would consider it to be completely invalidated. I'm going to take this away because we've actually already broken below that, and that's clear. So golden pocket 176.74, not the golden pocket for a psychological bounce within here. Then we'll start to look down here at this low here, 164, and then 154 here. Already looked at SUI. So see here, Binance. This was the Binance long taken here. Shared this here, which we did play this entire thing out here. I actually ended up closing out here at the 2-to-1. We did come up and try to break this 1 day level in here. So this daily level in here, just like we did over here. We didn't take out the high though, and see, that's the thing, because we failed to take out that high. We dropped back below this daily level in here, back tested, and now we're back down here to this 4-hour level for BNB. So that's the 4-hour level there. This is the one that I actually took the trade from here, and we actually just dropped into, just tapped the top end of it here when we did take this position in here, or I took the position in here. Let me just put it like that. So right now we're trying to hold this 4-hour level here at 827. we start to lose this 4 hour level in here, I will look back to this one here. May come into it a little bit more, and then we can look at the lower end of it, about $800 even, we'll say. I don't think we need to really look lower than this in the moment for BNB. Somewhere between where it is now and down here to 812 to 800. Ada, this was another one here that we took on Saturday, and we did a practice loan here, and based off of this candle over here. So we entered a practice long, and then once we came back down and swept this liquidity, I said, okay, this is a real long now. That I wasn't looking for too much from that ADA position simply because it was the weekend and liquidity was rather low. I said maybe we have a 5 waiver in here, which we ended up invalidating any idea of that happening. So I was looking for price to only come back here to the weekly level here at 92.80, and we superseded that, and we took out the high of this bearish formation in here. And this was the second time that we've seen a bearish rising formation here on ADA. So I did state that, we continue to put in bearish patterns up here. Therefore, I lean towards ADA being bearish, but we did invalidate this. So that was a plus. Can get rid of this now. So we've covered the idea of this. This is no longer a thing anymore either. So that's done. I can get rid of this too because we rejected off of this. This was a range where we got a breakdown from, which was to be expected on that one. Back test rejection, and then we came back up, and right now we've already seen a rejection from the 92.80 here on the back test. As we are in this 4 hour range now, can get rid of this too. So what I'd be looking for ADA, if we're not holding this, I'm going to go back to this again. So we do want to see ADA be able to maintain this weekly level, which it did get the breakup out of. Okay, so here, this trend line here, and here, it would be nice. You have 3 taps in here. It would be nice if ADA can hold this. It'd be nice if it could. If we can't hold it, I'll say this again, I'd be looking for 82 to 78. 82 to 78 and potentially 72. Now, before I'd only said 82 to 78, I'm going to throw 72 in here as well. Okay, so that is what I'd be looking for ADA. And that would not violate this wick in here where we got the bounce off of the inefficiency. That would not violate that at all. We would end up losing the VWAP, but you can break lines and reclaim them. So it's not the end all be all if we do, but that is what I want to see for ADA. For any sort of bullish continuation, really be nice to just see it hold this break up from this descending trend line here instead of falling back within the range. So, we have a couple of 4 hour levels in here that we can also look at, but I'm going to lean towards more the larger returns, which would be the 82 to 78. But we'll watch this also. See if maybe we can do an SFP. If not there, then here. Let's see what H bar is doing. All right. Okay, so this was not any sort of daily or 4 hour range in here, but it was something that I looked at and it just didn't suffice. So that just didn't work. We got to push into the golden pocket. And from there, yeah, we're back in this golden pocket 786 in here. This can probably be extended as well. It would be great if we can continue to hold the ranges we have in here. You can see that formation in here. If we can continue to hold the ranges in here, that would be great. So let's keep it to 23 to 22 where we have the VWAP sitting at. So we know that if we do lose this VWAP, and you're going to have to pardon the noise, because we have covered this a bit too. So bandwidth 1, we have not been able to get the closure above. I'll hold that some sort of support. We haven't been able to do that here. So bandwidth 1, and then there is the VWAP. And then if we lose VWAP, there is a chance that we could see prices come back down here to bandwidth 1 to the lower side. But before we get into all of that, we'll see how we hold up here around that 23, 22. So we'll just say 22. We'll see if we can hold this VWAP here at 22 for H bar. If we start to slip the VWAP, because again, I haven't taken profits out of this one either. So I do still have this long position open. At this point, it's probably still up like probably about 400 and something percent. And I don't know that I want to take profit from it just yet, but I may be forced into doing that if things start to turn to crap today. If we just absolutely start to turn to crap today over this political genre, then I might have to. But this is what I'd be looking at, looking to see if we hold the VWAP. And I've shown you a few times here, if you just go to your, actually, let me see from your monthly time frame. If you just go to your monthly time frame, this big candle in here, just drop your VWAP in here, and then your turn on your first bandwidth, and then that'll show you the levels in here that we've just pretty much been ranging in between here for H bar. Okay. All right. I do still like Floki chart. One of the things that I did state was there is a gap in here that hasn't been tested. And this gap in here, I mean, you got 4 zeros in front of it, followed up with an 8 to 4 zeros in front of, followed up with a 7. We could see price come back down here. These gaps in here, these older ones, have worked out pretty good as well. So you can see that we're actually trying to hold within this one. But Floki is, it does consistently feel backtest inefficiencies. Let me put it like that. It backtests inefficiencies. So it doesn't just do like a midpoint of a gap. It actually fills it in completely. And this is the one that I entered into a long on here. I did it using spot. And we did cover this for Floki. So in the event that we do continue to push down, I would consider this, if you're in Floki, I would consider this one here. And I will also consider this one, which came from the weekly. It should not do more than that. It honestly shouldn't. Really, I like to see it stop out here. But what I like doesn't matter. So just so you know, you can also cut it here at this one. Chain link. Chain link, chain link. All right. Chainlink still looks pretty good. Still looks pretty good, and we've come into one of the take profit levels that I was looking at. I've been looking at this for a while now because of the squeeze here. Been looking at it ever since prices were down in here, actually. So this isn't new. Uh, no. Let's see here. All right. Been looking at it ever since the squeeze in here. And so we're here. I did mention keep an eye on this 25.54 in here, this range in here, up to this range in here. If we start to do more, we do. I have a couple of other lines in here, but Chainlink is actually looking pretty good. We do have a red candle in here. You know what red candles tend to do, a price action. It doesn't happen every time, maybe 8 out of 10. Nice pop up on SUI. Doesn't happen every time, but about 8 out of 10 when we do see a red bar followed by a green one. A green, yeah, coming after a green one, then you will tend to see some sort of a correction because it shows some sort of discrepancy in the push to the upside. We got a smaller one in here. We got one in here too. We got green, we turn red. We got a drop in here. Um, see, we did it over here. It's not a lot of examples in here, not too many, but when it does happen, that's what we tend to see some sort of a correction come in because there's a discrepancy in the push to the upside, but it'll clear up if prices can continue to push up. It will clear up. But Chainlink, nonetheless, looking really good. Still trading outside of standard deviation too, which means that this is a very strong move on Chainlink. You start to see us come back down within standard deviation two. You start to see us come back down into standard deviation two, maybe heading for standard deviation one, which is around $20. That's like a $4 drop. You'll notice that. You'll definitely notice that because that's what we did over here. We dropped back into standard deviation one here on the Bollinger. So this is a weekly time frame here. Let's see. Let's just look at a 12-hour. All right. So based on a 12-hour, we don't want to do any more than this 21.43 for Chainlink. In the event that we are to get a push down, you don't want to do more than that. You really want to hold your 20 SMA. Got to bounce off of that 20 here. So potentially if we start to come below $24. So I'll be on the lookout for $24. If we start to slip $24, then we could be revisiting the 20 SMA in here. And if you start to slip your 20 SMA, then I would start to look at probably this daily level in here around this golden pocket. And let me just push this up a little bit in here. Yep, I will look at this daily level right here, 1960. All right. But for the most part, Chainlink looks pretty good. It's most certainly not doing what the rest of the market is doing right now. And the rest of the market is crumbling a little bit. This is a pretty good daily level. Let me just adjust these weekly levels over here. Sorry. Yeah, that'll do it. So yeah, Chainlink looks pretty good. If we start to get any sort of engulfing, yeah, definitely want to look back at it. But in the meantime, let's see, 4-hour. See what you look like on the indicators down here. All right. I know that we had some bear divs in here. Got a bear div in here. Got a bear div right here as well for chain link. Looks like we're trying to flag out again in here. But Delta is turning down. You got bear divs all across the MACD. The bear div from there, the bear div from here. You have bearish divergence pending against the Delta and the MACD. Just these two together are diverging against each other. So once this breaks the zero line, link is going to drop. Until then, it could continue to do the stuff that it's doing right now, but you will end up seeing a correction here on Chainlink. And again, I would be looking down here around this $19 level in here. Let's see. Delete that. I might need to adjust this back on link. Well, actually, I'm not going to adjust it. I'll just keep it like it is. And again, this is extended out to a 28 period look back and not a 14. All right. Hyperliquid. How long do I think we would go into go in a September correction for BTC? Still in August, right? Well, September, I think that we'll be moving up. To be honest with you, I don't think September would be a down month since I'm looking at October being like the potentially seeing a final leg in October. So I'd be looking for September to be a good month for Bitcoin. I don't think we'll be able to make the moves without September being a good month unless we're already calling this a top. That's what I'll be looking for. Like this month is just not a great month. But September going into October should be a good month for Bitcoin. At least to put in a final high, if this is not the high. If we haven't already capped, then yeah, September should be pretty good. September into the end of October should be good for Bitcoin. And then we get our full correction, which could probably take prices down to around 55 to 33 in a 1 year bear market. At least that's my stance. If I'm looking at it, let's see. Yeah, I mean, because the most we've done over here on this chart has been like I don't know, I think it's like a 382 or something like that. I think that's literally like the most we've done. Not even that. We've only done a 236 so far on the monthly chart. A 236 retracement. Yeah, that's been it. A 236 retracement so far on Bitcoin. So, I mean, we haven't really corrected at all. We've gotten the shallowest pullback on, and it feels like we've just had this massive correction, and that's the max that we've done, a 236. So yeah, we'll continue down the rest of this month, and then next month I'll see us bouncing up um, to put in that final leg. Let me look back at this one right here real quick. I just want to see something off of. Yeah, I'll draw it from here. Let's see. Back over here, we did at least a 50% retracement. So let's just assume the same in here. Um, we continue down. Let's just say we drop to around 99,000, something like that. We get a final leg up September, October, and then we get our leg down, which is going to be somewhere around 55 to 30, 33. Yep, we will end up down here. So this is just a bad month. This is where we end up. All right, so we got a little bit of a break below our 4-hour level and a nice little reclaim back inside of it. Let's see. Sorry, I'm gonna look back here at height. I'm gonna delete these. Don't really like them. So that comes in pretty good with the weekly level over here for Hyperliquid, which will bring it back down to 40. If we can get that move there, can also look at an SFP, potential for an SFP here. Nah. Yeah, in here looks better. So we'll see how we do in here for hype. Do we always come down to 200-day moving average for Bitcoin on the higher time frame? I know that we usually come down somewhere between the it's really between like the 786 and the 0.88 is where we come down to in a bear market for Bitcoin. The reason why I look at it the way I was looking at it then on this monthly chart is simply because each time we've fallen back within that. Let me see. So it's on auto. I had some really nice research in here that I did on Bitcoin on this monthly time frame, but and I posted it on my X account, but I can't find it here. I don't really pay attention to the 200 EMA on the retracement. I know that with this, we've always come back into the return and expansion. We've always come back into this. So if I look, let me see if I got anything in here. Zones, price notes, trend, pivots. Hold on. Let me see. That's not it. What I know about it is that it's typically about, like I said, 1,065 days in the bull market. 1,065 days in the bull market, and then we do 1 year of down. And each time that we've done it, we've come back to this green cloud in here. So we drop back into it here. 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 We never expand to the lower side of it. So I almost bet on it dropping back down here into this 59.38. This is what I use. I don't use the 200 EMA for the move down. I just know that this is worked repeatedly. That in the bear market in our 1 year down, we tend to come back into this cloud. We tend to come back into that 786, bare minimum 786. Like you may not do the 0.886 fully, but you will come back into that 786. Like you're gonna hit that 786. And then when I stretch that out, it just happens to line up with the low. So may not do an 886 in here, but 786 for sure could be hit without expanding. We did drop over it just a tiny bit right here. Just a tiny bit right here. Where it would have been stayed flat, we actually got a little notch in here. Now this can change over time and we may not come back this low. So I don't know, maybe in the next 2 months coming into October, maybe this slides up a little bit more because it is rising slightly in here. So we may not get that deep. We could just end up doing somewhere in here around the 50 something $1,000 Bitcoin, which for a while was fair value. That was fair value. Around 50,000 was fair value for Bitcoin. I do think that there is a chance that things may be different, which is why I was saying that like there is a chance that things may be different this time, and we may not do that. But I mean, we have bigger players in the market, but we also have we don't have as much Bitcoin, so we have a scarce amount of Bitcoin. So despite the bigger players coming in, we still have people who've I don't know. I don't know if they're I don't know. There is a chance. There's a chance that this time could be different and we may not see a move that big for Bitcoin. Although everyone would like to get it at those cheaper prices, right? And if the stock market starts to go into a bear market too, with big money being in the market, they'll treat it like they do the stock market, where they want to be more risk off. And being that our government isn't buying any, I mean, that was like one of the biggest things was for them to be buying. Instead, they're doing seizures, or depending on, seizures. I would still look at it though. I would still look at this because this is a bearish pattern. This is a bearish formation. We've been in it for a long time now. This pattern says, I think prices are too high. And that we'll get a drop down. So bulls and bears are fighting in here. I would expect for this to break down. This typically does get a break to the downside. So yeah, but so far just this 236. If we zoom out on the monthly, not the monthly. Let's see. What's I looking at? Yeah, it is the monthly. Yeah, so far we only did that 236 here. We did 382. That's right, we did do 382. We did 382. So yeah, I will look for 50. That's what I think. I think we do 50. We bounce up, we get our last little leg, and then we drop down in here. Like that makes a lot of sense. It would be just like over here, where we just looked at 50, last push up, and then we drop down in between this 618 and 786. Unless, like we're saying, things could be different this time, but so far it doesn't look like it is, but it can be. All right, let's see. I'm sorry, Nafis, if I over-explain myself. All right, let's see. XLM. I mean, we're already back at the weekly level here for XLM. I don't think that this box right here is necessary since we are back at the weekly level already. We felt this pattern here, put in a double top. I'm gonna drop it all the way down to here. You can take that away. But this, yeah, I drew that box out because I was interested in the reaction that we got here off of this wick here on the 4-hour time frame. So just simply trying to hold the top side of the weekly level in here is what I was looking at. But we can also gauge off of, let me move this up, off of this golden pocket here. And see, really want to see liquidity get taken. We're not taking liquidity from the top side. We want to see liquidity from the lows get taken. So potentially the 786 here. Maybe we sweep below the 786 and get a reclaim back into the 786. Let's see. gonna set this back to the 14. I just have it like that for Sui. Just about everything looks like it might have a little bit of head and shoulder formation on it. It looks like we'll end up putting in some bullish divergence, not quite printing just yet. So do want to see some bullish divergence on the chart. Thank you. All right, so we do want to see some bullish divergence on the chart. That was another reason why I had it extended out to 28. So we won't, we'll know when we really hit some exhaustion. So you're not as close to oversold if you switch it out to 28. When you do start to look oversold with the 28 and you do start to see some bullish divergence on the 28 look back, then you can use that a little bit more. It's more valuable. It's more useful to do it that way. Let's see, a 1 hour. I don't know how many people actually trade Stellar. Let's just do it just in case. And this is just a just in case. Probably. Okay, that takes this liquidity here. So any further continuation down, I would probably look here around 34, if not getting a bounce off of taking liquidity from here. So can look for an SFP of this. If we do see a continuation down, look for an SFP there. And if not, maybe a field retracement to the golden pocket. Yeah, maybe a field retracement to the golden pocket. That would also line up with the back test of the top side of this trend line here. So that's something to look out for with Stellar. Drop this just a tad bit. Tooch. Just in case. will look to the same thing here for Doge just in case we're not seeing a bounce from this level right here. We do look like we have a head and shoulders here. It looks a lot cleaner. So it may not be because it looks so clean. No, we got one. Yeah. I'll look to see if we do a SFP. We start to break down from this 22. You can also look to get short. If it breaks it and back test and rejects, then you can look to get short. And see if you can ride it down here to take this liquidity. This is the setup that I've been waiting on for a while. Forgot about this. All right, that's 17. So that's at the 786. Yeah. Had this on the chart for a minute and just really forgot about it. But if we do get a push down, then that would be good. Assuming that price isn't looking to take out, this can be raised. Assuming that price isn't looking to take out a low over here, that's what I think. That could be a good setup for Doge, either an SFP in here or a return here to the 786. Got VWAP in here, maybe not deviate too far from VWAP. So I just kind of watch that golden pocket 786 retracement here for Doge. That happens. This period look back, still showing that we are above the mean though. So we would have to break this first. So if we lose this, we back test. That could be a short. You can look to ride down to the golden pocket 786 level for Doge. Let me check this again. I'm sorry. Let me just see. I think I already looked at, I don't know why I'm back up there. Tron. Try to take a Tron long position. It didn't get too far. Let's see if it shows up. Oh, it's not going to show up on this chart. But did try to take a long on Tron, and I said I wouldn't trade it because I don't like it. But I did try to take a long off of it. And it was mid-range. I took it from here. And then it only got that far. And I was looking forward to, I think I had the take profit set for here, for this low in here, for Tron. But yeah, that completely nuked. So I got stopped out of that. And it was based on this right here. So it was based on this. We started putting a little bit of a range in here. We had this mother bar, and then from the inside you can see that it was doing that. putting in a flag for a push out. So that's what I traded, and I also posted on it. Tron right now. I was looking at that. I said I'd watch this here. So we have tapped into it and got a nice little reaction off of it here with what looks like an SFP so far. And then you have a weekly level in here around 33 for Tron. I don't think that this is any good anymore, but I'm going to leave it here. I was reading something on Justin and some sort of a court battle or something like this. Came in about 3 days ago. I don't think that that's the thing that's affecting the price action. Let me see. Let me go 4 on this. This was the Tron right here. No, this is Theta. I'm sorry. This is Theta. I shared on Saturday that I was looking for a Theta entry in here, break and reclaim. We did tap into this down here on Theta, and we did get a nice little reaction off of it. And then, of course, this is the low of that range that I was looking at in here for Theta. So that's where, it would be invalidated. And I set a spot position. I actually couldn't take it because I trade off, my spot takes place on Coinbase. Coinbase doesn't have Theta, and I didn't want to do a leverage position on it. So this was, though I shared this on Saturday, that I was looking for this. There's also another one that I'm looking at, but let me just jump back on Tron because that's what I was talking about. So this was the Tron here. Zoomed out on the 1 hour. And so we took here, okay, so it was a little bit up above this pivot right here for the take profit, just a little bit over the 50% retracement, but that didn't happen. And then of course you've seen the rest. This is drawn out different over here than it is on that other one. But if all fails with that level, this level here for Tron, then I would start to look somewhere down in here. What is this? 34, 33 for Tron. I don't have the weekly levels on here from this pane. Sadly, I don't. But this is how it was on the other chart. Hold on. I think it might have been this whole zone in here on the other chart, but I'm not going to do that over here. I can't remember what I was really looking at the moment. But Tron doesn't get the bounce back up or reclaim of this trend line right here. So you got a nice little trend line in here for Tron. It comes back from here. And I just start to look down here at these next two levels. And here you got another trend line in here as well. Bounce doesn't happen. Let me take that away now. That newt. I'm also looking at something for injective, but it's far off for injective. What I'm looking at is all the way down here around $13. Let me see if I need to do that still. I mean, I need to do this still. So let me change this. Don't really have any bear divs in here. I know this is a 28 look back. Don't really have any bear divs in here for injective, but I'm still interested in this level down here, so we'll see if it happens. I'll definitely get spot long on this. That does happen. OP. Oh, no. I have to switch back over. All right. Looks like we probably finally did get that closure. All right, so we did finally get that closure above in here. I'm still holding my OP long position. I think at the moment, yeah, I'm only still up like 78% now on the OP loan. So I have given some back to the market here. And yeah, that H bar, I was saying like I was probably up like 400 and something. I'm only up like 332 now. So I've lost some ground on that too. Okay, so we're not really holding, sort of, kind of, but not really holding this 72.86 here. Hey, I like that 99 K level, Zash. I do. I like the 99. I was just saying that too. That 50% retracement would be that 99. So yeah, I like that. I hate for the rest of the market to tumble with it. So maybe dominance drops at the same time. But yeah, I was just saying that 99. And you think 127, I'm still leaning towards 130. So I still think 130 is on the table. But we're on top of each other with that one. Today could be the day. Zash, today could really be the day. I mean, I was just looking at the VIX too. VIX, like the whole market is experiencing something right now. I mean, VIX got that nice pop up. USDT dominance, got a nice reclaim there. So yeah, let's see pre-market. Pre-market, some of the blue chips looking pretty okay for now. But yeah, once they start talking today, there's no telling what's gonna happen. I've already been stopped out of my Bitcoin long position, so I have nothing in Bitcoin anymore. Just waiting on my opportunity. And I may go ahead and take profit on some of the other stuff that I'm in before I give it all back. OP, yeah, we're not really, I mean, we're holding, but we're not really holding here. And this is 72.86. So if we do start to slip that, I must have been looking at this from a, let's see, 12. Let me see from a 12. I don't think this is gonna hold it. I will leave it there. I don't think that's gonna hold price. Maybe we do this daily right here. Maybe we take liquidity off of this daily and we get a bounce. OP so far doesn't look too Yes, it does. Everything has a little small head and shoulder so far, with the exception of Link. I'm just going to put it in the center for now because I don't really have a point. So yeah, maybe we take liquidity here. We can do an SFP. Get a small little bounce back up. I don't think this holds. I'm actually take that away because I don't think that holds. We've got 1, 2, 3 bounces. 1, 2. I'm sorry, bounces off of here. One rejection. If we're not going to take out this low over here, then I would just look at the 90. I'm sorry, the 53 here for OP. Got some nice maybe I'll put that back. I'm just going to put it back. Got some nice inefficiency in here. So maybe we fill in the inefficiency. We probably could get a bounce off of this first. Some sort of little scalp position can take place in there. And then over here, so I'm just seeing. Then maybe we can do this 53. So, yeah. I'll watch this first on OP. See if we can't get a little bit of scalp position in here off of this. And if we do start to go further, if we do start to go further, maybe we can play out this head and shoulder formation to its fullest, and then look down here about 53. Got a nice breakaway from here the last time. Got some nice gap up in here. All of this in here looks pretty good. Gapped up there, gapped up there, gapped up here. This could actually work. For OP. I'm just going to set it in the center. Nah, I set it too low. This one I'll set to the top. So we can look for something like this for OP. See near. Near's coming back into VWAP. Rejection off of this is a weekly trend line. Yeah, rejection off of that weekly trend line. Still ranging in here. Near's gonna do really good in my opinion. Once we do manage to break up out of this, whatever this formation is in here, this structure, I think Near is gonna do good. We're still squeezing off of this too. About to hit that VWAP and 20 SMA. As long as we hold this low in here, I'm good with Near because I just picked up some more Near. Adding it to my bag because this looks really nice. Let me see. Didn't expand. Still holding the mean. Still below the mean on the RSI. Still hanging close to the 0. I am looking for a nice explosive move on Near. Hopefully that plays out. It worked out pretty good over here. Worked out pretty good over here. So looking for a break to the upside for Near. We do start to slip that 20 SMA and VWAP because they're right there neck and neck. Just go with the lower one, which is why is that stuck there? 249. We start to slip 249. Maybe with the that would be this. We start to slip this, then we may end up coming back down. I wouldn't say all the way back down here to the low. Maybe we hold this and put in a higher low. I wouldn't look for what was that? Look for us to hold. This is gonna move on me at some point, but there, standard deviation 1. I look for it to hold standard deviation 1. Okay, so that's back in line with this over here. Yeah, I look for us to not go lower than this. If we do start to slip VWAP for Near, but Near looks really good in my opinion for a nice pop to the upside. And the levels, weekly levels for Near. Okay, so we're coming into the next weekly zone in here anyway. And it's between 250 and 227 for near. So we should hold in here. See, Undo. Undo's just not getting past this daily level. Undo's having a really, really hard time just getting past this daily level in here. It's like the third, fourth rejection we've got from here. So on the move back down, maybe we get a bounce off of the top side of this box here on the daily, or we SFP and we tap into the top side of the weekly range around 82.67 for Undo. Be nice if that's the inverse head and shoulders trying to put in. So if it does come down, I wouldn't expect for it to come into here. I look for somewhere around this box here to around this weekly level, like I said, around 82.67, maybe even 79, because that would be nice. And then finally be able to get that break above here. That's all we got to do on Undo. Just hold here, hold between here and here, put in a little inverse head and shoulder. Yeah, Undo will be ready to break this level and, get back up here somewhere. It's not a bad looking chart. Aptos. Aptos just still in this range. This is the range right here. The top green and this bottom red. Just still in this range. Nothing special to see over here. Actually bought some of this. I mean, you really got nothing until we break the range. So we either gonna break down or break up. I bought some with the expectation that it is gonna push to the upside. So my sentiment around it is that we do see a breakup. Looks a lot like near, somewhat. Yeah, it looks a lot like near. It just failed to get an expansion. So just weak volatility in here right now. Looking for an explosive move on it. I'd be looking for it to break to the upside. This is sitting closer towards the mean than anything, so I would look for it to break to the upside. Just kind of stalled out in here when it broke the mean the first time in here when it got across above the 20 SMA. Just didn't manage to do anything more than the standard deviation 1. In fact, that was why I bought it. And I think I mentioned this too, but we did have a better squeeze in here too. So you can see how this red line here did, like I said, drop below the mean, but we just didn't get that accelerated push out that I would have been expecting, the same way we did over here. It dropped below the mean right here, and we got a nice accelerated move out off of that squeeze. We did it over here too, where it dropped below the mean and it got a nice accelerated move out. So I'm still waiting for that, and I think that is where I'd be leaning towards. Maybe it just takes a couple of more weeks. Maybe this drops again back below the mean, and then we can see a push out here for Aptos. But I did buy some with the idea of it actually getting the break to the upside. And see, all of this part right here already happened with the bullish divergence on the delta. For some reason, we're just stalling out. I don't know what it is, but we are just stalling out here. So you did the same thing over here where your delta started to rise. The MACD it's lacking to get that rise too. But nice bullish divergence from both of them. Nice squeeze was in here. So hopefully nothing bad is happening and we still see that breakup on Aptos. I like it. ETH needs to top its last all time high. Yeah, it does. It does. And the way I was looking at ETH, because I was saying I didn't think that it'd take out the all time high first, but we started pushing up, and it started to make me feel unconfident in my call. But yeah, now we're starting to see it get that push back down. But yeah, ETH does. Because initially I was thinking that we didn't get past 4707, and that was going to be the point where we start to come back down towards this expand level right here for Ethereum, but that didn't happen. We started to push up a little bit more, and as we started to look like we were getting closer to breaking out, I started to lose confidence in my call. But yeah. We'll see. And then, what was it? I was thinking Solana dominance comes up first. 2. I'm leaning towards Solana dominance. And when Solana dominance goes up, it just kind of hurts the rest of the market. So we're to a place where I think Solana dominance is going to pop up. ETH maybe chops around for a while and builds up some pressure to get that move to the upside for those higher targets, the all-time high, and anything above that, 9 to 10,000 potentially. because Solana dominance does look like it's getting to a point where we might see it reverse in here. That Aerodrome, I mentioned Aerodrome. Start looking at it from the 4-hour time frame because of the formation in here, because everything was getting a little bit of a rising formation in here. So I did say to kind of watch Aerodrome, which still looks really good. Really good. If anything, maybe it just back test this channel that it broke out, where it broke out from here, the channel. Sort of failed it a little bit in here. But maybe Aerodrome comes back to top side of this. Maybe. It looks real good though. And then if it just completely falls back into the range, then I'd probably look at 93. Yeah, I'd probably look at 93 as a level of support if it just completely falls back in here. But for the time being, it looks pretty nice. I did do a measured move on this. I just take it from here instead. No, I'll take it from here. This is the let me change this first. Yeah. So I just sort of look here first. If we do get a continued push down here on Aerodrome. Otherwise, it does something like like Cardano does, where it looks like it's coming down and then it fakes out and swirls back to the upside, takes this out, and then maybe put in another drop to here. Otherwise, this looks all right. All right, I gotta check back in on Sui because I do have some funds in it. Failed to take out this high. It's the second nice little green candle we got where we failing to take out the high. Let me just drop a little bit more. Doji. We did get a nice cross above the RSI here, so that looks a lot better than before. And remember, this is a 28 period look back, so we do have true bullish divergence in here for SUI, but this is still just a 15-minute time frame at the same time. We've done relatively nice anytime we bounced away from this level, so let's hope it works again. Some sort of a relief bounce anyway. Yeah, Ada's Ada's all right though. I mean, it does get hit pretty hard when it does. I mean, pull back, but I don't know. Did this breakout happen over the weekend? Over a weekend? No, it happened on a Wednesday. And as long as it doesn't fall back into the range, I mean, we dip back. It dipped back into it a little bit over here. But if it can just maintain this range, then ADA will be okay. Because I mean, yeah, this breakout did happen during the weekday midweek reversal. If it does come back in, it'll be somewhere down here. So yeah. But if you like it, Zash, I mean, all you can do is just buy a little bit more. It doesn't hurt anything if it does do that. Market structure still be intact. So it doesn't hurt anything if it does come back into it. I just hate to see it get a nice break outside of a range that it had been rejecting for a while, for a long time, just to simply come back into it. Yeah. So I think that was the start. Yeah, I think that was the start. Yeah, that was the start over here of creating this descending trend line. So I would just hate to see it, you know, put in the work to break it and have to come back inside of it. But I wouldn't be looking any more than this in here. You're not taking out this low, you're all right. It's just another opportunity to buy. Got a nice little range in here too. So yeah, once that's gone, daily. It's that 87, 81. Yeah, so once you lose the top side of this range in here, then that does open the doorway back up for here. It's going to be your best support. Might even do this one. But Ada looks all right. Sui's been a big concern for me. It's just not, yeah, it's being stuck. And Sui did take out this high, but it's not January. We've already broken this trend line. I'm gonna move this right here. All right, let's check back in on Ethereum. know I did that before. It's a nice bullish outside bar here for Ethereum. No closure above it though. Perhaps market makers just take the liquidity from the low of it, maybe, and then price can bounce off of it. Oh yeah, I forgot about these equal lows down here. Yeah. These equal lows right here. Let's see what they do right here first. But yeah, do got those equal lows in here. That lead us back to this expand level for Ethereum. Try that first. I'm not really good at Elliott Wave and Zash. I wish I was. But I'm not. I'm not that great with Elliott Wave. I can do stuff here and there, but for the most part, no. All right, so far Bitcoin is still trying to hold its 4-hour level in here. So far, we got the one little wick down. We ended up taking this liquidity from the top side of this. I don't know if I want to call it a pin bar or a hammer candle, but yeah, it's a lack of momentum getting that push. A close above it. No aggressive volume in here whatsoever. Just distribution. Let me check CoinGlass here. See how we're doing. Ton of longs in the market. That never helps. So we just got a ton of longs in here. So you can see why it's working out so well for the shorts. And then again here, and then again here. Let's see, it's 114 to 13. Yeah, looks like we might be heading for that next drop again. It's 114, 165 or 166 for the next big pool of liquidity. I don't have anything in here. I don't have anything in here. I don't have a level in here for that. Let me see what it is though. That could be. It's not really a level, but you can see that we did coil. We coiled in here. So we coiled in this range and we got a break up back test, and that worked out really well. So it could be the liquidity that's sitting in here, not this this pivot here. Then perhaps price pushes down and takes this liquidity from where we built up momentum in here for a push up. Some pretty good, yeah. That might be it. It was a nice breakout from this candle right here, actually. So it could be this. What we're looking at for this liquidity. Oh, forgot about my daily level. Yeah. So yeah, if we do start to forget about this daily level, this is a fresh daily level again. This is a new one. We haven't tapped back into this one. This actually gave us a swing up. So we could tap back into this one if we do start to lose the one that we have right here. With the 786 here. It's not worth looking at this anymore if we lose it and don't reclaim it. But if we do reclaim in here, if we drop it and reclaim into it, then that might be worth taking a long entry. But yeah, we're at the very low of the 786. For Biddy, for some sort of just a relief bounce. That's all I'm leaning towards right now, relief bounce. See how long we range in here. I don't think I looked at anything in here. We are out of bounds right now. On this 4 hour with an hour left, a little less than an hour left on this candle. So we should see some sort of a little bit of a relief bounce in here, at least a reclaim in here off of the RSI, because we are outside of the bounds here. And this is just regular 14. It claimed your drop. What was your drop, Zach? Zash, I'm sorry. What was your drop? And that's for Cardano, right? For ADA? Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. So now I'm not familiar with it. I was just about to try to find it. Okay. All right, about another hour or something like that. So we look like it's going to get a little bit of a relief bounce in here as it continues to hold this level. It's not looking shabby. No Bitcoin and ETH would dictate the rest, but so far, it's not too shabby. It's that 1 hour. Nice little bull divvy here on the 1 hour for Bitcoin also. Some nice compression in here. bullish divergence throughout here as well. So some sort of a relief bounce. There must be money flow. All right, I'm gonna have to check that out. Definitely make sure the Coin King checks it out. He's a lot heavier in Cardano. We have zero data this morning, just the Trump Zelensky thing in the EU. I'm not even really sure what time that is supposed to take place. Yeah, Jackson Hole. Let's see. Yeah. My favorite projects, right now I hold more Solana than anything. So Solana's at the top of my profile. After Solana, I believe it's near. Not near. It's Render, which hasn't been doing too well here, but it's Render. Um, but I've been revamping my portfolio. Like Solana's not going anywhere. I actually staked my Solana. Um, I really don't have any plans on dropping Render either. But I'm starting to shift into to Near, which was something that I never held before. So I've been picking up Near. I really look at what's gonna make me money, to be honest with you. I really look at what's gonna give me a good return. Now I didn't do that with Soul and I didn't do that with Render. I actually like those two, but here lately I've been working my portfolio towards what would give me a nice return. So it's Near at the moment, and I like AVAX. AVAX was my first ever big win in crypto. Was AVAX. So I like AVAX. This was back in the day. So I would have to say those two. Yeah. You know what? Sometimes though with the staking, I really don't like it because when the market starts to tumble, you just get I mean, I like so I don't think we're going back down to those prices that we were at before, around $9 or anything like that. I don't think we're gonna do that again. But still, when the market starts dumping, like you have to wait for a few days before you can even unlock it. And like some things, some projects when they drop, they just don't recover. They just don't recover. And you're just out. Now I do like I know they changed the name from FTM, but I did really like that project. So his name Andre, I like him a lot. I think he's really good at what he does. I don't think they changed the name to Phantom, did they? What did they change the name to? No, they changed the name to something. I haven't looked at it and I don't own any. Sonic. They changed the name to Sonic. And it's a good project. It just doesn't hit. Sometimes it's marketing. So you really look at tech. So you really look at the project. Okay. Because XRP has been performing really well. I mean, it does get stuck, and you get stuck in these sideways. I don't know. I guess it's good accumulation. I don't know. I've never owned XRP before. I've traded XRP, but I've never owned it before. But it is doing pretty good. I picked up Crow. I picked up Crow, and Crow has been performing really well. And I only picked up Crow because Donald Trump holds it in his portfolio. It's like, sorry, my voice is cracking. It's like 5% of his portfolio, or he has 5%. Yeah, he holds less XRP. He holds like 3% XRP over Crow. So I bought Crow. Speaking of Crow, see how bad it's looking. I have no, see, I have no levels in here for Crow. That tells you I absolutely bought it just based on that. And that was just based on Donald Trump's portfolio. I was like, okay, he's holding it. I'm going to hold it too. And these were the only two levels I looked at on the chart. I never mapped anything out. You sound like the Coin King. That's how he is. He's super smart like that too. Like I'll sit here and read charts, but he looks at the fundamentals. He looks at that, and then he'll just measure, like in his head, how much price deviates, and then he'll know to pick up more, and it works out good. Yeah, has to be rock solid. That's true. Yeah, he's super smart. He's the person to get on here and talk to you about all that stuff, because I literally just, I'm more technical than anything. I'm not as fundamental as he is, and he is a fundamental trader. Not trader, investor, because he doesn't sell anything either. And talk about diamond hands. I've been trying to convince him to rework his portfolio, but he won't do it. Because he really believes in the projects that he have. There was a time when I was really like into Polkadot, and I don't know, maybe you just have to have diamond hands with it. I think it's gonna do good this go round, but maybe you just have to have diamond hands with it. But this, yeah. This had got a nice breakout. So I'm up pretty good on this one. And this is what those other ones should be looking like, where they squeeze and get a nice breakout. So I'd really just be looking at where should I put my money at right now to make some money. Like I was heavy in TIA. At one point, TIA was like my biggest holding. Like I dumped more money into TIA than anything, and I watched it drop like 75%. So I don't mess with that one anymore. I sold and took my loss, which is a really hard thing to do, to let something go, especially when you're down and you just want to see it recover some so you can at least not be so deep in the hole. Yeah. Yeah, that isn't that bad. I think it's gonna do really good this time. What makes you think Ada is better? Like, is it community, or do you really think that the tech is better? Mm, 100%. Yeah, if it has good fundamentals, the tech is really good. They got a nice team behind them, not doing shiesty stuff. Like, I mean, I know they deserve to take profit too. They do, but not just completely dumping it on the investors. Then yeah, buying in the bear market is a happy place. As long as it's a good, yeah. As long as they got a solid team. I hold this one too, Jito. So I like Summer Solana projects. This one hasn't been performing too well here lately, but it is in the demand zone. As long as we hold in here. I like Jupiter. But why though? Is it? I don't know. I know a lot of people who were big investors and so have started to move into SUI. Like they're taking a lot of money from Solana and putting it into SUI because they think they'll get and they will get a better return off of SUI. But SUI still has so much on the market too that has to be released. And that tends to get in the way of SUI's price action every time they have to release tokens. Zash. Now, Sui did have an outage, did they not? I know it's not as many as Solana's had in the past. I don't even know. Is Solana still having outages? I don't even keep up with it anymore. I know Sui failed like one time. I mean, but the network gets, I can't say that because Ethereum doesn't have that issue, but you pay the high gas fees with Ethereum, which the gas fees have dropped quite a bit. I don't know. You either pay high gas fees and you have limited outages, or you pay low gas fees and you have a few more outages. Ooh, and a hack. That's a nice portfolio. You kept it simple, not overcrowded with a lot of different projects in your portfolio, and you pick some top ones. That's a nice portfolio. And then the rest of it, I'm assuming you day trade with the rest of it and just keep that. That's nice, Zach. I like that. I keep calling you Zach, Zash. That's really nice. When you look at most portfolios, like even mine's, everybody tries to have a little bit of something in there. Um, be it gaming, be it some sort of a meme coin in there, DeFi, layer one, possibly a layer two, AI, whatever is, yeah. A lot of people try to have one of each at least. But I like your portfolio a lot. I think that's the most sensible portfolio. I'm gonna be just like you. I promise you, I'm gonna be just like you. But I'm gonna have soul in my portfolio. It's a lot of Solana has a lot of backing. Got a lot of big wallets that back it. So have to have soul. VCs that want to dump. Yeah. Yeah. Probably. Looks like we couldn't even get a breakout from here. Yeah, he loves Luxo. Loves Luxo. This is gonna get a breakout at some point. It failed the first time. This one doesn't really work. Hmm. Yeah. I don't know what it is. This is such garbage. ICP. Hopefully it's accumulation, but otherwise it's just not good. All right, let me check back in on Sui. Still trying to hold this range. And Ethereum. Oh, Bitcoin. Hopefully the coiling that I'm seeing on the dominance for Bitcoin and Ethereum, hopefully the one for Bitcoin is about to drop and the one for Ethereum will rise. Because ETH is getting a little bit of a push, not ETH, but Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a push back down out of the range in here where we know we have that golden pocket sitting at. So I'm at the 786. You know we have the 786 sitting down here. So Bitcoin is about to drop even further. Hopefully that means that dominance will drop with it so it doesn't hurt the altcoins further. So the dominance right now, you can see in here, we're just back testing this this top side here again. I had just drew this out, though we haven't broke it yet. But we are coiling in here, so maybe we can get a break to the downside instead. Hopefully. I'm going to change this. I will set this at 28. Not that it's necessary. Just see if it gave a better read. It actually didn't. It looks like we might be a few hours out, maybe 1, 2 hours out, maybe market open before we actually see a drop on this 1 hour time frame. Yeah. I hope it does, Ash, because it's going to be terrible. What is this? Oh, I know what that is. Let me turn that off. Total 2. I think these both look the same. The drop is U.S. market open so soon. Leave it at 14. Okay. Yeah, I did. I switched it back to 14. Yeah. We start to lose these highs in here on total 2. Oh. Yeah. We just have to hold this. I mean, we'd be closer to here. It's a big drop. It's a double top. Kind of got these vibes. Oh, that's no good. I don't think that takes us all the way back down here. Yeah. Yeah, I know that man, that hits the golden pocket. I don't think we do anything like that. That would wreck the market. Yeah, hopefully not. That measured move lines up pretty good though. Hold on. No, this is the old golden pocket. I'm sure of it. Yeah. We're starting to put in a squeeze though. Relatively close to putting in a squeeze here on the 2-day. Daily probably already broke down. No, it hasn't. So the daily is sitting at this neckline. So we would start to expand if we break this neckline. That is the measured move, but we just have to break this neckline though. I don't know if that happens. For the total 3. Yeah. Yeah, it does. And we sitting here at an expansion, potential expansion here. I guess that would explain everything else having a head and shoulder formation. This might carry us now. It takes us probably about right in here, just back to where the golden pocket was. That's what that looks like. Hold on, I gotta add the trend line in here though. Let's see. And this might just be back to the golden pocket. No? Oh. If this is the break of the neckline, then that would put us a lot closer to the M formation neckline. Less invalidated. Take the background color out. Yeah. We're not. Oh. So if we lose here, we lose a 20 SMA. See, three head and shoulders. Three head and shoulder patterns. On the 4 hour. Ooh. Let me see if this one played out the last time. Let's say that's the neckline, which is a lot harsher. A little Siamese twin head and shoulder formation. Hold on. This might have been one because it was slanted. I didn't play out all the way though. If I take it from here, it didn't play all the way out. It didn't break the neckline on here either. It actually, yeah. So it ended up not being one because that caught support there. So it ended up not being one. Okay. And we just put in a little flag formation to the downside instead. Could see a back test of that. Was it a flag? It's probably a flag like this. So you end up getting a fallen pizza. I don't know what that might have been in here. Nah, that. Well, I'm gonna leave this trend line in here though. Let me turn this off. Let's see if I set it like this, what difference it makes. I do both of them. Do one for the wick and one solid. Let's see if we back test that, if we do get a drop. Because it might not do this. No, I haven't looked at this. Haven't looked at this in a long time. We're back below this level. 365 bars in 365, 308. So somewhere around 3. Let me see how many bars we in. This isn't the problem. It's usually USDT dominance. We get a little drop. All right, so hopefully that breaks down. At least comes back down into here somewhere. It's making higher lows though. So it's giving us a push up here. So just continuing to hold. Nice little push up for Ethereum. So that was that 8 o'clock candle open. So yeah, that 1 hour was looking like it was gonna push. It's looking a lot better too, the 1 hour. Bitcoin look like it's back to doing whatever Ethereum dominance does. So riding Ethereum's coattail over here. For a little relief bounce. Let's see if we might get a little rejection here. If we can push up all the way into here, that's a nice little relief bounce at least. We just push back up into here. I think this was also like the what was it? 1,000. I think I talked about this before. 1,000 EMA. I'm not sure if that was it or not, and I can't remember what time frame I was looking at. So it wasn't this one, but we definitely lost the 200 EMA over here. Maybe it was on the daily. No, it wasn't the daily time frame either. I'm not sure what I was looking at then, because I don't, unless I turned it off or something. I may have turned it off. Nope. I don't remember. Oh, it's all the way down here on this 4 hour time frame, but we did slip the 200 EMA when we broke this ascending trend line in here. 400 is sitting here at the daily level. So again, we're not reclaiming above here and we see a rejection here on a push up, then yeah, we will hit this daily. And this one's untapped, so yeah, we'll hit that. Extension shows BTC dominance might go to 58.83, which would be good. Yeah. Yeah, that's about in line with that 20 SMA, because the 20 SMA is at 58.50. So yeah, that retracement on the fib extension, yeah, 58.50. Yeah, that would be that 20 SMA on the weekly time frame. No, it's not the weekly. On the monthly time frame, that's the 20 SMA for the monthly time frame. That 58. Yeah. So that would make sense. All right, so So we can see we have to reclaim back inside the range. But if we come up and we reject, we're not just rejecting the range we broke out of, we're rejecting the 200 EMA. And we probably do here. Definitely think that 99 is possible. That would take some time to get down here. Yeah, that would take a long time to get down there. But if we're rolling over, then we could see that happen the next few months. For now, I'll probably stay somewhere in here. Not here. Yeah. Drop back down into this weekly 111 because we just pushed up through it. So yeah, that's what I would look at. Don't hold there, then we hit this 111 in here for Bitcoin. If we reject. Nice outside bar. So I'm just gonna flag this. I had nothing in between. So I'm gonna flag this outside bar. And it was a bullish outside bar that we were having problems getting over. So yeah, this might do. Let's see. Yeah, we could be ending. We could be ending. Right here for that bounce. Mid-November, yeah. You think mid-November? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Mid-November. As we get past the next 2 months. Yeah, we getting past the next 2 months, then yeah. That would make sense. We pump September, October. Then around the end of October, we start to drop. And yeah, come somewhere around mid-November or something, be down there. Zash, do you do Elliott Wave? Okay. I need to pick back up on studying it. I do. Hold on. This is rather 618, 2.618. This could be. Let's see if this how low. Alts is way too messy. Yeah. Yeah, alts are way too messy, but I'm so happy to see these little pumps on these altcoins though. Because for a minute, all you could really talk about was Bitcoin and still like, partially still have to focus on it. That could have been it though. For our little pity bounce. Hopefully Ethereum doesn't reject from here because we could see that rejection from here and then finish our move out to the downside. Potentially. Here for ETH. We reject from here again. These equal lows could be back on the table. We haven't taken them yet. Oh, one little candle spoil your whole mood. Just one. That's all it takes. Just one. One candle. Oh, the bear divs. That's what it is. It's the bear divs trying to come up. So we're uh, putting in some highs in here. But this still looks fine. We're just putting in some highs that we're not actually making. It's because our rise is super small, slow. Get above this pivot. Up. 140 and 165 BTC is also possible, but that would be far over extension. Okay. So you think we pump into mid-March 2026? So you think the cycle changed? Because, let's see. All right. So if you think, you think the cycle has changed, I see it as such. Like I said, it's somewhere around this one right here. When I did it, 1,064 days up from the low, up 1,064 days to make our peak here. And we did the same exact thing right here, 1,064 days from this low, from our very low down here to actually that's how long I'm saying it should take. Actually 1,064 days. We did 1,064 days back here as well, from the very low to this peak over here before we dropped. So we did 1,064 days up. We went down for a year, and when we bottomed, we did 1,064 days up again, and then we went down for a year again in here. And so if we stick to that 1,064 days, then we should be topping October 20th, actually. So October 20th, we should peak and do a year down. And this was, let me just stretch it. That was 378 days here. And then when we were over here, that was 364 days. So we pump for 3 years and then we sell off for a whole year, and that makes up to 4 years. Mm. I know it would be too much of a coincidence for it to to do that 3 times in a row, because everybody would be on to it and it wouldn't make sense. But I don't know. And then 3 cycles in a row. Okay, I'm with you. It would be too much of a coincidence to be, yeah. It would be too simple for it to work out like I said, like, like the math did. But yeah, it would be too simple. That would be like everybody trying to do the math for the end of the world. When it was just the end of the cycle. The Mayan calendar. It would be too, yeah. It would be like the Mayan calendar. But if it works, Ash, if it works, we're going to talk about it. But I'm with you on that 99. I think 99, 50% retracement. Yeah. Bounce. Mm. Mm. Let's see how that let's see how that's looking. It's holding up over here. This works out. It's a sniper entry. Yeah, at least to get up here and lock in some profits. Bitcoin back to a little green. This was that next petty little gap. I mean, it's a lot of petty gaps on the 15-minute time frame though. For CME, just a lot of common gaps that common gaps tend to get filled. I don't think 15-minute time frame really makes a bit of a difference. It really doesn't. Looking at these two next. This one didn't. That one didn't work. This one. Yeah. This was this little pettiness in here. I'm just testing it. You never know. You never know. That's the last one I was willing to look at. It worked for this one pretty good. Instead of using the one up here, just dropped into that little space. That worked out pretty good. Might be something to look at going forward. It's petty, but mm. One to one. $116. Yeah. Yeah, we slipped right through this time. Put the 382 in here just in case we see a shallow rejection and then the possibility to double bottom or something. If we bounce, if this is ending, we do that. Missouri just hit that neckline of this point in here. So we just tapped it and rejected at that 357. Solana. I mean, ETH. That's a good one. I don't think this one works then. Drop that one. And again, that's just your 3 month. It's that wick, that high here after the 3 month before we managed to make it to the all-time high. See if we get there. I'm still putting in bear deals. Not over here though. It's probably because I have Sui set on that. I need to change it back. Need to change it back now. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah. Trying to get that little close. Same thing goes for Bitcoin. We would have to see this continue to push up, especially with that pretty shaved top. Let's see, you can barely see it. Like you got to squint to see that that wick. So Not that strong since we're not pushing. The volume must be petty. Still petty. It's a little stronger. See how ETH did. It's not on the performing way better, of course. Could be a small little inverse in here. One and 2 hour. Yeah, that 1 hour is looking really good right about now. I think we push up and we reject at 382 first on Bitcoin. I think we had the potential to do that 382, then maybe push back into here, maybe just the top side. That looked like a little bird in here as well, though, little inverse. So maybe we do that. Reject. Maybe something like that. We make our way up here. Let's say this was our low and we come up. Probably reject off of that. Push back in. And then come up to, let's just say here. Maybe we do that. And hope market opens okay. Hopefully. Yeah, we fill in this inefficiency. Probably, instead of the golden pocket, probably just right up into here. We do that, we drop, come back up, be easier to get through this from there to there. And then we might start rolling back over. Which means Ethereum. All right. So ETH actually just hit the 382 Wasn't paying attention to it, but right here, Ethereum actually did hit the 382 off of here, which is how I drew it out for Bitcoin too. So that's the 382. If it, I don't know. Put it on a 7. Had a nice little flag in there. Were we coiling? We were. Did I say anything about that? We were coiling. Yeah, I did mention that we were coiling on dominance though, not on actual price action. This looks all right then. This could be I was looking at it like this, but it might be something more like this. Might be. Might be something more like this. This is the lowest point right here. I'm just gonna slide this over because it looked ugly. I can see where it is on this line here. It just looked ugly the other way. Could be it. No, it's not looking bad at all. It actually looks pretty good. It looks pretty good. And that take us back. Let me make sure I put that in there pretty good. I'm not exaggerating anything. Here, I even do it like that. Put us back into the golden pocket. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. Wish Sui looked better. This volume though. Ugh. Oh, that was good. Yeah, that was good volume. That was good volume on ETH. Just don't have any volume on Sui. I do. I just don't share my actual account when I take my positions, but I do. Like I'll show the transparency of me entering. I'll say I enter, and then I'll open up. Um, I'll share the image of my trade, my entry for my trade, but I don't ever screenshot my account. And I will like do like I will drop this on the chart and do it like that too. But yeah, I don't ever screen share my account. And sometimes, depending on the trade, if there might be still a little room for it, like if there might be some uncertainty, then I might do two entries into it. So with something like that, it's really hard to give a clean entry to people. But yeah, I do take trades. Like I said, we did the one for Ada on Saturday. We did a practice long and then gave a this is a real entry. I think that was the last, yeah, that was the last live trade. I've been working on trying to do a what you call it, Telegram. I never used Telegram before. I've been dropping stuff on there, just kind of testing it out, just a free Telegram to post some setups and stuff in. So I did like, where's that thing at? It's here. This doesn't allow you to screen share. I guess I can't screen share this. I don't see an option for it. But I posted the BNB, a BNB entry in here. That one played out. I had actually posted the one for Theta in here as well. And the one for Injective, I posted what was it? Tron, but I've already shared that one. And that one ended up not fulfilling the full range. It missed it slightly. But I've been playing around with this thing. I don't really know. I don't know. I was trying to customize it, and then it was telling me like you have to have, I guess your followers or whatever to gain points or something. I don't know if I even like it just yet. So yeah, weekends are terrible. That's why I said, when it comes to the weekend, that's why I didn't set the trade to be, like you can expect to get this move out of it. No, I keep it minor. I keep it to scalping. So I put it, make sure it's at least a 3-to-1, but I will set it for a scalp trade on the weekends, and that's it. But I did, let's see. Might be able to do it from here. Let me see what this is. don't know if this was the one or not. No, that was when we hit the take profit one. By this time I was already in it. So when I cover my levels, on the chart, I try to be as good as I can with my levels. So that was at BNB entry here. And then you'll see like over here, BNB, like that was the BNB position right here. And it ended up, overshooting on the 3-to-1, but that was the actual level in advance when I cover my levels on live. So I ended up taking this one and sharing it with nobody on on that fake account. Well, not a fake account, but the account that I haven't let anybody into yet. So did that one. Now the Sui one, can't remember about the Sui one, but that one didn't go all the way through. Did share that one on live. So that was just one. And then you saw the one for data. Saw the one for data. This is the one for data right here that I also shared. And that's the one that, was showing over here. That's this one with the white box. That's this one. So hopefully I'll find more time to learn it and to, be able to give some free trades or get some trades. I mean, I just want everybody to make some money. Not financial advice. Oh, copy trade on Mexi. You get small kickback from the people that follow you. Yeah. Trading is hard. You're only guaranteed to lose money. It's not so bad, as long as you have good risk management, it's not so bad. And just follow the market. But it can be. Yeah, patience is the biggest thing. Patience and good risk management. Those are very important. Like with patience, I didn't wait for us to actually drop all the way in here for this one. Even though I knew, because I mapped it all out. I looked at it like when I get on here, I'm going to talk about it and I'm going to cover, the things that I was seeing in the chart in terms of where I thought we might actually see the bounce from. And I was like, yeah, we did this one. And this was the other long position taken. this long right in here, which it dropped into it twice before we finally broke down from it. But this was the first one. It just had really great confluence in here for this one to work out. And then this one I knew would be the next good entry just based on how many times we gapped up from here. Nice, nice gap up here, nice gap up over here. But I front ran it a little bit and I think I entered it like right here on this. So yeah, just patience is everything. I'm up like 6% right now. I don't have a lot of money on. What the hell? I'm so sorry. Forgive me for those words. I didn't realize that I put extra. When did I put extra cash on it? I don't remember opening with this much on it. I'm actually going to close this out. I don't like to trade with a lot of money. Not when it comes to trading. Investing is different. When you trading, I like to use small capital. It's, I don't have to, make a whole bunch of money on my trade. It's just something extra. Investing is where your money comes from. So I try to stay away from using too much money and too much leverage. Now this is the SUI entrance. You know, I said when I came on stream that I entered in on SUI, so I'm in this one. I think it was somewhere, yeah, somewhere right in here where I entered. So I didn't even wait for it to actually tap into the support level. Somehow I ended up putting more than I would have put on it. So let me make sure my stop is in place. Yeah. Do you use yeah, switching over to day trading full time. Yeah. Like I work on weekends, so I work on Saturday and Sunday. And then yeah, I day trade Monday through Friday, and then sometimes, sometimes on the weekend, like I said, I will try to do scalp trades. Now I have seen myself because I work with customers too on Saturday and Sunday. I've seen myself try to enter a scalp trade and get caught up with a customer and get wrecked. Yeah, because I'm thinking I have time, and instead of just setting the stop loss, which, like I said, risk management is like problem. Risk management is the most important thing. But every now and then, I think I know exactly what it's gonna do, and and get caught off guard, thinking I'm, just being a little arrogant. Yeah, do lose some money, that's for sure. But as long as your gains are bigger than your losses, that's the most important thing. And sometimes I'll take a good trade, just like with Bitcoin. Like I was my long entry was from the low 114. I took a long entry, another long entry around 114 2 or something like that. Anyway, I moved my stop loss up, but I didn't take profit when we broke the all time high. I didn't take profit. Like I took zero profit the entire time up, thinking we weren't gonna do that just yet. And we did. So I ended up giving all of that money back to the market. And I'm always telling people to take profit. Always. And then sometimes I just don't take it myself. Same thing with right now with what I was saying about H bar. Because we took that H bar position on stream and was just up like 300 and something now, was up like 500, and I still haven't taken any profit from that. So that's my, I don't know if I'm being greedy right now, what it is. Yeah, so this one is, it was up like 500 something percent, and now it's not too much now. It's not that much anymore. It's only 342% still up on it. And entered that one off at 14.14 on that one. And OP too. Entered that one on live. See. Which I haven't taken any profit from that one neither. So it's only up 82% right now. So if we drop, then I just give all that back. I won't lose any money, but because my stops are in place, I just won't make it. Won't make any money either. Just terrible. All right, Bitcoin. We're getting closer and closer. I'm just hitting the bottom side of the range in here to hit this 382, just to see how we're going to react with that 382. Maybe get a little rejection and then come up. 44 is not, it's, you know what, I stopped paying attention to that, the whole win rate thing, because you can, I mean, your win rate can be even less than that and you still be a profitable trader, because you can get, your win rate would drop if you have good risk management and you start getting stopped out at break even. Like, you still, like, your risk management is the biggest thing, so still be making a lot of money. Every time you get stopped out, it changes your win rate. So I stopped looking at that. Yeah, 116, I think so too. I think we come back into this. Yeah, I think like Face. I heard Face talking one time, and his win rate isn't. It's not a high win rate. He talked about that on stream one time. Like his win rate isn't high, but it's the risk management. So if you got good risk management, your win rate may not be that high, but your account shows different. And his account definitely shows different. And Ethereum with a slight rejection. Around that 382. Let's see if it hit 50 or something. Nah, 50's back at the for Ethereum. 50 is going to be back at this line right here off of this pivot right here. Anyway, it's going to be back there. It's going to be just back at the yellow line, that monthly level. If we extend this up, let me see what we're doing. That might be something I have to do. Let me turn that back on. All right, so that's the 382 right there. Extended up from this high to the low. That's the 382. And so then this will be a return to the scene of the crime. And here, this neckline. Yeah, that's what I like. Yeah, 3-1. Or 1-3. Risk to reward, 1-3. Risk 1 to make 3. Yeah. I try not to look for less than that. And I'll only generally just draw it out for that. Oh yeah, 10 minutes, you're right. 10 minutes. See, Bitcoin dominance still coming down a little bit, slightly. The VIX coming down just a little bit, ever so slightly. It looked like it's stair stepping though. Let's see, pre-market. S&P is slightly down 0.29%. Jeez. Palantir has been a bomber. Bomber here lately. I guess can't complain when it rallies like that, though. It's been a bomber. Are you in traditional markets too, Zash? Or just crypto? Okay, just crypto. Bitcoin is doing pretty good. I mean, it's a 7-minute chart. So, it is a 7-minute chart, but it's not looking bad. And this one is still drawn from here. I can raise it. I'm just going to wait until we actually tap into this one first and see if I need to move it. I guess that will put the golden pocket here at this low, potentially. Yeah, put it at that low. Where we ranged that over the weekend. Big ETFs. Yeah. Yeah, I only invest. Well, I've started using that BTCC, and I've had a little fun with it. I've only taken like 3 trades off of it. Actually, four trades off of it so far, and this was just last week, maybe past 2 weeks. Yeah, maybe the past 2 weeks. But otherwise, other than that, I just invest um, in the stock market. I try to keep it towards blue chips or maybe something that just really looks like it might perform well. Like right now, I'm into this one called Pony AI. I like that one. Made some really strong calls, and on that side of things. I sold the bulk of my Palantir a little bit too early though, which was at $105, and I ended up buying it at $13. And when it got to like 105, I could see it about to drop, and I should have just added to it instead of pulling out of it. So I don't have that much left on Palantir. Not enough to really make a difference, from where I started, which is why I'm looking at this Pony AI. I think it has some really great potential. I don't think it'll do what Palantir did, but I think it has some really strong potential. Okay. Pays dividends. Gapping down on some stuff here. What was this on? AMD. Got a little pump there. All right, Biddy. Nice little push on Bitcoin there for the continuation up. Coming into. Let's hope it keeps going. See some stuff with some nice green candles. Hopefully it doesn't fizzle out. Look like it might fizzle out. I just need to jump onto this real quick since market did just open up. See, we're gonna push up here on AMD. Was looking for this gap here to finish being filled out. That might still be on the table here before we see any move up. But nonetheless, AMD has been sustaining itself very well here. It's a 15-minute time frame. Just some quick trades take place in here. Let's see. Was watching Nvidia for the next level of support, which was potentially coming in around 117. We did get a push back up here, so that's nice. Back above this previous day high, will be gapped up over here like twice, and here. So it is some pretty solid zone in here. We do start to come down further. I'm looking for 174 to 170 here, but so far it's paying out. Palantir has been the bomber. We were sitting in here pre-market, so we were sitting a lot closer to this 2.618 once again. Hopefully we'll come up in here and fill in this gap, get back above here. Right now, if we do continue to push down, the next level I would be looking at is going to be 169.24. That'll be the next level here for Palantir on any sort of continuation to the downside. Let's see how we respect this ascending trend line over here. And then this is the other one that I'm trading. Well, I'm actually, but not on BTCC. I just floored a little bit of money into this one. So we did get the drop into this gap in here. It didn't quite fill the gap out completely, which would have been at 134.81. I think we did tap it though, because I got filled on the order in here. It was just after hours. So if we continue to fall here on circle, then the next level of interest is going to be between this 118 and this 105. I know a lot of people have capital spread out waiting to get into it at 105. Hopefully we don't come that low now that I'm in it. I was hoping for it before, but not now. So those are the four that I'm actually watching, along with Hood, which I missed the entry for Hood, which was this one right here, which I marked out as critical, and I was looking for it. We tapped it, and I wasn't paying attention and missed it. And since then, we've gotten a nice pump up. Didn't quite fill the gap in here at the 105 either, so we may not come back down here on Hood. See, where did that trend line come from? Okay, so I guess the trend line came from, this was the trend line too. And everything just happened to line up for this. And we were looking for this to get hit way over here. So may not come back right now. Yeah, it'll come back. But that's it on those. Those are the ones that I'm watching right now, along with Pony, which so far has done pretty well. Getting a little bit of a sell-off today, but that's fine. It's back on circle. And back to crypto. Looks like we could get a stronger push on SUI coming in here too. That's what it looks like. A stronger push could come in. Make sure I left this on 14. I did. Okay. We're topping, but this is 7 minute. We are topping tail simply because we're hitting some resistance in here too. Okay, so a little bit overextended. Just a little bit extended. Doesn't mean we come back in a lot. Just means that we correct some because we got really heated right there. We're breaking momentum. That's for sure. Let's saw those little topping tails in here. Oh well. I at least thought we would get to here first. Yeah, AMD is doing really good. I started telling people to buy AMD when AMD was coming into its macro trend line. And that's exactly where we bounced from too. I gave like a 3 entries in, and then that way coming into the macro trend line, if we're not holding there, then I mean just cut it. But if we hold in there, then you can make some nice gains off of that. And yeah, got a nice bounce up off of AMD from that trend line. It was beautiful. And we were in the platinum pocket too for AMD from its month long platinum pocket. And that was exactly where we got the bounce from, right here, off of this trend line right here. That gave us the bounce. And we were in the platinum pocket too. I remember looking at that at that point, and I was like, "Hey, you're gonna bounce. You're gonna bounce. So you want to be in this thing right here, 786.886. It was beautiful. I sold. I sold right after earnings. I said I was gonna add into it, and I ended up selling right after earnings. So uh, we'll see. The last earnings I sold. So I sort of let the news get in my head a little bit, and I was like, I don't want it to. Yeah, I sort of let the news get in my head because they're making really good sales on the product, but they're not really generating any income. Very little after overhead expenses. But I do think that they do some really strong. I think it pumps really hard. But I chickened out. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah. When markets first open, yeah, it's very yeah. You're very clueless. I will set limit orders during after hours though. If I really like something, then I'll set limit orders on it after hours. But I don't trade anything when the market first opens. Oh, and it all goes back. So I'm about to get stopped out of Sui. Dang. Let's see if we hold this momentum in here. Ethereum. Yeah, Ethereum. Yeah. Yep, the market is rejecting. And that's the thing about when the market first opens, you can get a false move. Bitcoin dominance popped back up a little bit. Just a 1 hour candle. You see what happened with that other setup over here. Because I'm sure it hit harder. Didn't quite get to a profits locked, which would have been a 1-to-1. Hmm. This is the phase where if we do get that extra push, then you want to TP on that next leg up. If we get that next leg up in here, you'd want to take profit on any long positions that you're in because you're gonna start putting in bear divs. I don't think that ETH has any just yet. Let me look at it from 1 hour. 1 hour still looks good. Yeah. No bullish divergence on the 1 hour time frame yet. So yeah, it would be a push up rejection, a higher low, and then another push up. We're gonna get that here for Ethereum because we don't have any bullish divergence on that one. We had it over here on the 15, but not on the one. So and if I get stopped out of this, I don't know if I'll re-enter it. I just don't know. This looks like it's reacting off of this level. Yeah. So just a golden pocket. So that's yeah. Yeah, I probably won't enter on this one. Yeah, I mean, even with that sideways chop on Bitcoin, and I know you hold the best things in your portfolio, which is BTC, ETH, and ADA. We will end up hurting the altcoins, even if it chops sideways. Oh, we're seeing a drop. So the S&P still rolling over. Yeah, it dropped a little bit more. Intel is dropping fast. NASDAQ is up 0.01%. Might as well say it's flat. Look at that. Yeah, Intel. I was excited about Intel for a little while, and then I ended up selling it. Right after it got the bounce. It got the bounce. I was in profits on Intel for about 2 weeks, and then everybody started talking about it, and then from there it started to decline again. And once I went back to zero, making zero profits on it. I cut it. I just went ahead and sold it before it started to bleed out some more. And it actually did bleed out more. So I'm glad I went ahead and cut it. I think I only took like a $2 L on it when my sell order was executed, because I was like, I'm not gonna hold it in price. I can see that price is probably not gonna do well. So I cut it. I didn't buy too much of it, and that was over on Webull, but enough that I didn't want my account to have a hole in it. It's most of the stuff I buy, it does really good. If we hold, yeah, we need to hold where we at. We really need to hold here. We might, I don't know why this is duplicating. It's not supposed to be on these charts over here. Yeah. We were looking pretty decent. And now it looks like we about to hit the floor again, Sash. Yeah. This is 7 minute. Oh, I need to get off of this 7 minute chart and put it on 15 at least. Look like a failed squeeze breakout or something. Yeah, that's what we got. A failed squeeze breakout. I'm probably stopped out now. That's silly. Not yet. It looks like we build up. See that liquidity. The strongest level of liquidity in the past 24 hours is going to be that 114, 111. 114, 111 is going to be in here. So it'll be taking this low. Yeah, I think we did talk about that. I think we're going to hit this. I think we're going to hit that. If we don't do it now, it will be later this evening, but I think we hit here. I think we hit that. Okay, so I'm stopped out of that SUI position. I'm not going to touch it again right now. So I just focus on Ethereum. I'm not going to touch that again. Put this on the 1 hour. I'm going to take this away. I'm just going to hide this for now. That looks nasty. Yeah. Yeah, moment of truth. It doesn't look good. Like just slightly less than 2 hours on this 4 hour candle closure. And if we're looking like this, then won't be good. And we were already looking at the fact that we were below the 200. No, we're not below the 200 on the 4 hour. 200 is all the way down here on the 4 hour for Ethereum. We're just underneath the 60. I want to be positive. Huh. I'm about to change my mind on Suey. Oh, wow. 172. All right, I gotta cut something over here. All right. And I would say if we can hold in here to be, well, if we can hold in here, then there is a chance that we could see this golden pocket or at least a back test of that daily trend line that we broke down from. So if you're on your daily minus the noise, again, that would be this trend line here. We might get a back test into that. I mean, it doesn't look like we're doing much of anything when you zoom out. I can get rid of this now. It's my short. But aside from that, I would say we're either going to do, we're either going to find support here, in my opinion. Again, this is a new print for the daily that we haven't come back into yet. We can look for this to hold that support. And if we're not doing that, I'm going to skip this 4 hour. And then I'll just be looking at the weekly level here around 111, 111, 300, just rounding that off. That would be my target. So somewhere in between here into this 111 in here, in my opinion, if we're not holding in here. So we're looking kind of flat. We don't have any, let's see, we do have bull divs on the 1 hour. Do got some bull divs on the 1 hour. 4 hour. Looks rangy. Looks sideways and down. So we still didn't play out this overextension here on the 4 hour. Yeah, still didn't play out that overextension. So that basically just ties into what I'm saying in here. We either hold in here and we get a push up, likely the back test in here, and then a continuation down, and then that's target 1 for me and that's target 2 for me. And we never know what to expect with the meeting today. So that's my 2 cents on that. Ethereum. I mean, this looks corrective in here, but I don't know how sustainable this is going to be. This bottom line in here. Maybe we just break it and maybe we just break it because we do have some good liquidity in here. It's just been sitting here. And this is bound to get taken. This is bound to get taken. We drop back below this expand, which is what I've been looking for to happen. That hasn't happened yet. We drop back below this expand and maybe we catch support off of that 4,008. This doesn't change anything. If we take this liquidity, nothing in here changes. But I think we back test this. It was, it's weird that we just broke up and we didn't. Why do I have double on here? I don't know. I'll go back and look at why I have it in here twice. It looks like I mapped out the chart twice. We got zero reaction. Um, we got a small reaction, but yeah, not what I would have been looking for. So yeah, I do assume that we come back down here for Ethereum. So I wouldn't put too much weight on this. Maybe it works, but I wouldn't put too much weight on it. And this ties into the larger picture, just coming back below this expand ties into the larger picture of what I was saying on the monthly time frame. So I will look for us to come back below that expand and probably find support in here somewhere. Best case is something does pump the market, and this is I don't want to call it a flag. I don't think I would call this a flag, but I wouldn't want to trade this, to be honest. It doesn't look nice. So I would look for that. Otherwise, we'll see. We got Bitcoin. If some sort of a good setup comes in, I will post it. I just don't see any. I don't see it right now. It was too late to even consider jumping into a short position. So I didn't entertain that idea. We're down enough to rather look for something long than to get short. Even if the market does fall, it's better to look for a long position at this point because we still maintain a market structure overall. This is a long way from happening. If it happens, it may not even happen. So this fails, I'll post on this too. All right, so now instead of this, because we did do this, we did get a closure up here. We currently have a higher low. I don't know if I'm going to re-enter this or not. Right now, I'm leaning towards not. But we do have a higher low at the moment, just off of this low time frame here. Let me see, 7. Yeah, we do have a higher low at the moment. If you're gonna take risk on this, it's better to take it from down here. If you think it's gonna come up and take out this high now, since we did, you know, the lower time frame, get a little higher low here, and a higher high, another higher low potentially, then it's best to take your risk from in here, or you can just wait for structure to change on a 1 hour, which means you come up and then you get another rejection down. Maybe put in a double bottom or something like that. But you don't really have any pivots in here right now. You're not going to be shape, so you can simply wait. ETH isn't going to be shape either, so I don't see it coming up here taking out this high either, unless um, DJT says something that pumps the market. I don't see that. I don't even have it on the chart. I'm just running my mouth. Yeah, I will hold off. Yeah, I will hold off. You're not gonna be shape on. You're not gonna be shape on this stuff. You're just not, and you don't have any pivots like on your you're not V shaping, so you're not taking this out. You're not gonna take that out. All right. All right, I'm gonna call it a day. But if something comes up and it looks decent, if it looks good, especially from the higher time frame, I'll say something. By that time, things will look a lot different on the lower time frames, but not so much on the higher time frame. And it's probably going to be what you want to go with instead of playing around with the 15-minute time frame. Maybe your 2 hour, maybe your 2 hour. Yeah, maybe your two over your one, something like that. I probably wouldn't look to trade off of anything smaller than that unless you start seeing market structure change really good. But yeah, got a little bit of bullish divergence on the 2 hour too. Got some bullish divvies. How about that 3? No. Thank you, Zash. I think and I think we do probably what you were saying too. Just this golden pocket up here to this back test of this trend line. I don't really see it. You get that bullish divergence to play out on that 1 and that 2 hour. Um, then yeah, and then you can start zooming in on your 3 hour and higher, your 3 to 6 possibly. So maybe, yeah, maybe we can watch your 382 and watch your 618 around this trend line. And then maybe another drop back in. And the heat map says you're somewhere in here. But it doesn't have to take that liquidity. And I will see you on X. Thank you all for joining me. See you on X. If anything looks decent enough, and keep watching that theta. See how that holds up. All right. 5 o'clock it is. And I have my face on here tomorrow. I was being a little lazy this morning. But I will be a lot more interactive on camera tomorrow. And thank you.